under the warning as well until 2:15. Right now the time is 1:58. Let me show you that what you're looking at there is just the rainfall presentation. It doesn't look very impressive. There's no lightning with it or anything like that. That is just the nature of the storms. That's the way it's going to be this afternoon. We're going to see numerous tornado warnings. The circulation is going to be right in here, so right near Jarrett. So if you do live in Jarrett, it's on you right now. You need to take those tornado precautions right this very second. And the storm is moving to the north and west, and at a good clip, though, at about 40 miles per hour. So it's going to be in and out of your area very quickly. Let's put a time arrival on this. Jarrett at 1:55, which was basically 3 minutes ago, so it's there. Then we're looking at Fields Crossroads at 2:01, Winfield's Mill at 2:09, DeWitt at 2:23, Rocky Run 2:28. Baltimore Corner 2:32, Ammon at 2:43, and Manborough at 2:49. There are numerous tornado warnings right now in effect. You've got the one there. You also have one down in far southeastern sections of Virginia. Again, the main concern for us here across south central Virginia is this circulation that, again, is right over Jarrett at this time, a little bit east of Purdy, about 8 miles to the east of Purdy. There's the circulation. Again, what I'm looking at are winds that are flowing toward the radar in green, away in red. It's a broader circulation right now, but it's generally going to be in this area, very close to Jarrett. So that is your potential, what we call a mesocyclone, where the updraft is rotating. The atmosphere that we're in right now does have a lot of low-level wind shear, and it's not your typical afternoon pop-up thunderstorm that would produce a tornado. It's not that kind of situation. This is just a very humid environment. We're going to get some heavier showers with some updrafts, and that upward movement will start to spin because of the low-level rotation. That's going to result in some tornadoes. We do have a watch that's been issued for all of central Virginia and the Tidewater, for almost all of it at least, not the northern neck, but you can see the areas that are covered under that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Again, these are the first two warnings that have affected Virginia so far today. They will not be the last two, though. We will have numerous tornado warnings this afternoon. A couple things I want you to do if you're watching from home. First off, just don't panic. You know, we've got this stuff covered. We have time here in central Virginia as these storms move in. So just be aware of the situation and use common sense and the information we give you, and you'll be just fine. Everybody's going to be all right. All right, second thing is find out where you live on a map. A lot of folks, you'd be surprised at how many people do not really know specifically where they are on a map. I'm not talking about just the county, but what part of the county, the crossroads that are near you, because I'm going to track this stuff very specifically and accurately and very detailed for you this afternoon, so you need to know exactly where you are. Thirdly, stay with CBS 6. We're going to be letting you know when these storms develop. Much of the time, you're going to have an indication of a tornado developing before warning is even issued. So stick with us. We're going to let you know what is happening throughout the day and into tonight as well. I don't think this is going to be something that goes away. It's not diurnally driven. What I mean by that is it's not driven by the heating of the day. So we are going to likely see this continuing after dark tonight. Even though this watch expires at 8 o'clock, I do think that we're going to end up with more warnings later on tonight, and probably an extension of the watch later on tonight. All right, there's the time arrival again. Fields Crossroads at 2:03, current time's 2:01. Winfield's Mill at 2:11, DeWitt at 2:25, Baltimore Corner at 2:34, Ammon at 2:45, Manborough at 2:51, and Scotts Fork at 3 o'clock. Again, that's based on a movement that's pretty quick at 40 miles per hour to the northwest. So if you do live up in Dinwiddie right now, in central Dinwiddie County, you need to get ready. The storm's coming in, and these circulations have sort of been intermittent, so at times it'll wrap up and look very strong, and then other times it'll kind of just fade out and go away. As of right now, there still is a circulation there right over Jarrett. It's not quite as pronounced as it was about 10 minutes ago, but it is still most certainly there. Brock, if you can hear me, if we can go over to Doppler 3D and pop that up on a split screen. I don't know if we have that capability at the moment, but if we do, I just want to show you what that looks like with two screens up, showing you both what you're used to seeing and the regular presentation. This is what you're used to seeing right here, just the plain old rain. That does not look like a storm that would trigger any kind of concern if you're used to just kind of sitting around looking at the radar when we have storms coming in. But when you look at the velocities, that's where we start to see an issue with some circulation. It's a little bit not quite as intense as it was earlier, not quite as tight as it was earlier, but the tornado warning continues. So we're looking at Doppler Max 6 3D here, and there's the split screen that I was just asking Brock to pop up, and you can see there the areas here in green on the right side of your screen. That's what shouldn't be there. So again, that's winds flowing toward the radar. The red is away from the radar. So there could be two separate little circulations here. It could be more of a convergence signature, meaning just more uplift all across the area and maybe less of a rotating signature. So hopefully that's the case. It's just sort of a convergence line that we're seeing more of here and not as much of a circulation. But the tornado warning, nevertheless, will continue until 2:15. All right, so that's one of the values of having the split screen over here and looking at that. This data comes out very quickly. We'll go back over to Max and look at what we've got on the regular radar presentation. Up here in the Richmond area, it is just some sprinkles at this time and some drizzle, but more rain will be coming in from the south. You can see that rain has already reached southern Chesterfield County. It's in Prince George County right now in Dinwiddie County. Heavy rainfall moving into Dinwiddie County, all associated with this storm, and the storm that does have the tornado warning on it. Again, the circulation is very near Jarrett. We'll go back over and look at the velocities. And again, it's going to be near Jarrett right now. May have this circulation, looks like it might be redeveloping on the back end now just a little bit more than it was on the last scan. This lead circulation is kind of fading out, and now it's this one that's just a little bit to the east of Jarrett. And that's probably what you're going to see with this. It's never going to be one condensed area. It'll kind of move around, just kind of depending on how these little heavy showers evolve across the area or devolve in some cases. So again, that's the only concern that we have at the moment is that tornado warning down in Sussex County and far northeastern sections of Greensville County. All right, I'm going to be tracking this stuff and bringing you the very latest both on the air and online here on CBS 6. So again, to just recap a couple things. Don't panic about what's going on. We expected this. This is what happens when you have a tropical system with this type of framework of wind shear around. So seen it many times, and that's how it's going to unfold this afternoon. We're going to have more of these warnings. Secondly, just find a map and know exactly where you are. That'll help you out today with some of the details that we're giving in terms of just crossroads and counties and what part of the counties and such. You know, maybe some geographic features like rivers and such will help you out as well. And thirdly, just stay with CBS 6. We're going to take you through this throughout the day and throughout tonight as well. I'll have another update coming up in just a few minutes. Okay, how about a box? That's what I was hoping for when I was over here. Oh, you couldn't do anything. All right. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping for is just the reporter box. Okay, cool. Awesome, thanks. Interstate 85, excuse me, and it's a weird presentation on radar looking at the velocities. It's very kind of sheared out, but it is going to be that area that you see in kind of the bright pink or yellow shadings there. There's a little bit of yellow in that pink there around Dinwiddie down to DeWitt. So it's fairly broad circulation, going to be right in here. If you do live in central Dinwiddie County and anywhere due north of there, say Lake Chesdin, all the way over to Wilson's, you need to take your tornado safety precautions right now as this storm moves in. Again, here is the regular presentation that you would typically see if you were looking at our weather app or just watching us on TV. And that is not a storm that looks very ominous at all. It just looks like a whole bunch of heavy rain. There's no lightning with it, so these storms, you're not going to hear them coming. It's just going to be the heavy rain. But there is that wind velocity within them. And so when the circulation gets strong enough, we're going to have tornado warnings and, again, confirmed tornadoes like we've got down in the Suffolk area right now. So, again, this is our main concern here for our folks that live just a little bit south of the Richmond area. I'm going to put a track on this. And, again, the circulation is very near Dinwiddie and DeWitt. It's moving to the northwest at 30 miles per hour. So here would be the time of arrival. Going to go on through Manborough. So here it is, Rocky Run at 2:40, Ammon at 3 o'clock, Manborough at 3:08, Scotts Fork at 3:20, Pilkington at 3:27, and Fieldstown at 3:31. The current time is 2:35. This tornado warning will continue until 3 o'clock. Again, the circulation we're looking at, it's different looking. It's more sheared out, and so it is a storm that likely has enough of an updraft to tap into that wind shear to produce tornadoes. So the tornado warning was issued for Dinwiddie County and also into southeast Amelia County. So that's this part here near Manborough. We're looking at this part of southeast Amelia County right in here. That's also in the warning. So a tornado warning is going to continue for these areas until 3 o'clock. And this is south of Richmond. It's not on a trajectory to come into Richmond, but these storms farther to the south and west are. If you look at these storms down near Suffolk and over into Isle of Wight, they are headed. If you were to put a direction on them, they're going to come up this way. They're going to kind of turn this way. And so I do think that they're going to come very close to the Richmond area a bit later on. You can see Richmond just behind the banner up there. So again, watching those, of course, watching the storm in Dinwiddie right now as well. But just start to think about it here in the Richmond area. I do think we're going to have some tornado warnings right here in Chesterfield and probably Henrico County as well, just a little bit later on. The whole area is under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock, and there it is right there. When you look at the little polygons on here, I want you to just note the difference. The ones in pink that have no outlining to them, those are Doppler radar indicated tornadoes. The vast majority of tornado warnings that we have here are those. They're Doppler radar indicated. The one that's got the outline on it there down in the Suffolk area, that is an observed tornado. So that's a warning that's based on a sighting of the tornado on the ground. So again, that's the difference there when you look at these. And I don't think I'll be the only one that we have today. Hopefully it is, but that is a confirmed tornado on the ground down there. All right, so here is a look at the very latest with this storm. And again, it is located between DeWitt and Dinwiddie, moving to the northwest at 30 miles per hour. That is the regular, what we call intensity or reflectivity presentation. And here are the winds. And you'll look at this area right in here, and you'll see how the winds are pretty intense. These winds, essentially, the bright shadings up here, those are moving away from the radar site. And the red shadings are just moving away from the radar site at a much lower clip. There's no green in there right now. Green would be moving toward the radar, but these are just very, very light winds compared to what is just north of there. And so what that is likely doing is it's creating a spin right in here that could produce a tornado. So it's kind of a, where you've got part of a river that's flowing faster than the other part. It's going to create these little eddies, and that's likely what is happening right there just west of Dinwiddie. You have such strong shear between those two differing wind speeds, very strong in here and very weak down here, that you're likely getting a little spin up that's going to be right in this general area. Some part along here is where you could have any kind of just short-lived spin-up tornado here in central sections of Dinwiddie County. Again, it's heading up to the north and east. The time of arrival here in these locations will be based on a storm track I'll put on here. Again, it's moving to the north and east at 30 miles per hour. So I'll put that track on here, and we'll start it just kind of in the general sense right in here, just kind of give you a little bit of a heads up. And at 30 miles per hour, we're looking at Ammon at 248, Namozine at 250, Manborough at 256, Scotts Fork at 307, Fieldstown at 318, Mattox at 320, Ladore at 328, and Macon at 336. Again, tornado warning remains in effect for central sections of Dinwiddie County. Here's Lake Chesson up here, top of your screen. You guys are not in the warning. It's going to be awfully close to you, but it looks like it'll go just a little bit to your south and west. The Manborough area is right in the crosshairs if it does maintain itself. You still have some time in Manborough to take your tornado safety precautions. Those safety precautions are always get as low as you can in your home. So you want to get down in a basement if you've got one. Not everybody does. And if you don't have a basement, you want to get into the most interior part of your home. So away from the external walls, away from rooms that have windows in them. A hallway is a really good place to be. A bathroom that's in a hall or right off a hallway, that's a really good spot as well. And if you've got a little cubby area underneath a staircase is always a good spot as well. A lot of times there's storage there and you can't get in there, but that's always a good place to be as these move on through. And again, what we're looking at here, generally the lower end tornadoes. Again, a tornado is a tornado. It's going to cause damage, and if it brings down a big tree, it's going to cause significant damage if the tree lands in the wrong spot. And so I don't want to diminish that at all, but these are the type of tornadoes that if you just take the basic precautions here, interior part of your home, lowest level, you should be just fine. So just don't go out and drive around. Now's not the time to do those errands. It can wait a little bit later on today or tomorrow, really, and just let this storm blow on through. It's not going to be the only one that we have today. And again, already a confirmed tornado down in the Suffolk area right now. And this is a tornado that is Doppler radar indicated. And again, the velocity data on this is kind of funky looking, but it's enough in there for the National Weather Service to issue the tornado warning. I agree with it. I think that it's likely that we are getting some spin up possible small tornadoes with this. Circulation there, and it's kind of a sheared area, is about to cross 460 in northwestern sections of Dinwiddie County. Brock, I'm going to head on out here to the 9 monitor here in a second, more of a full screen, and Mike Stone is working with me as well. He is going to be controlling some of the graphics. So again, if you're just joining us, we do have a tornado warning in effect for Dinwiddie County and southeastern sections of Amelia County until 3 o'clock this afternoon. The current time is 2:41, so this is going to be in effect for a little bit longer here, and it's a storm that had a tornado warning on it a little bit earlier down in parts of Greensville County and also down into Sussex County, and sort of weakened just a little bit, and now that circulation is back, and it's kind of a broad area here where you've got these areas in the hot pink. So strong outflow or strong away component based on the radar, and not as strong an outward component south. There's no real inward motion showing up on velocity data, but you just have this sheared area right in here. And so moving to the northwest, again, this is different than other situations where storms typically move north or northeast. This one's moving northwest. Ammon at 252, Manborough 259, Scotts Fork at 310. Fieldstown at 321, Haw Branch at 326, Ladore at 330, Ballsville 339. And again, the storm right in here, right along 460, close to Wilson's now is where that circulation is. If you do live out near Lake Chesson, you're close to this, but it will be a little bit to the west of you. And this is going to be heading up toward Manborough, eventually toward the Amelia area. Now, it's just southeast Amelia County right now, so if you live in Amelia Courthouse, there's not a concern at the moment, but you need to start thinking about it as it is moving in your direction. Again, this is the only tornado warning kind of in the central Virginia area at the moment, but we do have a couple more in southeast Virginia, one with a confirmed tornado down near the Suffolk area at this time, the city of Suffolk. So right down in here we have multiple, and the thing that I'm concerned about with these storms here that are all kind of lining up, they are on a trajectory that is going to be lifting to the north and west and right into really the heart of Richmond. And you can see that band of heavier convection is going to be lifting north and maybe on a trajectory to come on up into Prince George County, Charles City County, and maybe into eastern Henrico County as well. So a concern there. The whole area is under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. So we have numerous tornado warnings at this time. I don't think that's going to end for quite a while. We're going to have a lot of this going on this afternoon into tonight. And this is not the kind of situations that is driven by the heating of the day. It doesn't take much to get these storms to develop some vertical movement to them. It's just so much humidity out there, and there's already some lift. So I think this is going to go well into the night. Even though the watch ends at 8 o'clock, I think it's going to be a longer duration event than that. So we've got, again, numerous tornado warnings down here in Hampton Roads, and then we've got the one here in central sections of Dinwiddie County that is lifting up into Amelia County. And if this does continue, Winterpock, you may be in part of this as well, the new warning, and Chula, Amelia, Manborough area. As of right now, it's just Dinwiddie and far southeastern sections of Amelia County. That circulation crossed over Interstate 85 a little while ago. And again, it's not a real classic looking velocity signature. You've got basically all of this is a way component on the radar. So we look at the different colors indicating what's away and what's toward. Toward is green, away is red. So all of this is moving away from the radar site down in Wakefield's, down in here. So all this wind is moving this way. But what we have is this area here is moving away really, really fast. So you have high level winds here right next to low level winds also moving in the same direction. So you're probably getting spins here that are developing right along that sheared area. So that's what we're concerned about right along 460. And that's why the velocity signature isn't the classic, pink and green right next to each other. It's just a whole different type of atmosphere that we're in right now. And it just doesn't take much to get one of these tornadoes to touch down. The atmosphere is so incredibly humid. The cloud bases are so low. You've seen that. You see the clouds racing by, and they are just, they're not even to the top of our tower, even lower than that. So cloud bases are only about 700 feet or so, and that's it. And so it doesn't take much to get the condensation funnel to become in contact with the ground. There's a look at what's going on here in Dinwiddie County, and Mike is putting some of these street names on there. There's Namazine Road, Old Richmond Road here that runs through Manborough. This is Browns Road, and that would be where the circulation is. And there's Baltimore Road as well. So again, this is now moving into northwest sections of Dinwiddie County and heading up toward Manborough in Amelia County. The warning goes until 3 o'clock. It's 2:46 right now, so it's going to be another 13 minutes or so. 13, 14 minutes, and there it is. And the whole area in red back here, that is the tornado watch until 8 o'clock. Amelia, Dinwiddie counties until 3 o'clock on the tornado warning, 8 o'clock for all areas here in red. And again, this is an observed, not an observed tornado. Right now, it's just Doppler radar indicated. We have had an observed tornado to our south and east down in the city of Suffolk, but this would be just a typical Doppler radar indicated tornado. As of right now, we've gone back to just 2 warnings that are both just your radar indicated tornado warnings. And again, that's the city of Suffolk down into, let's see, not Chesapeake. We're still over into a city of Suffolk. But these bands of storms, they are headed up over 460 and likely going to be affecting Surrey County and on into Charles City, Prince George County, New Kent County, possibly in Henrico County as well. All right, so we've got just general rainfall in the Richmond area at this time. That one tornadic storm here in northwest sections of Dinwiddie County heading up into Amelia County, and it will likely continue to track to the north and west. Its circulation here, its velocities have calmed down just a little bit. I don't think enough for them to pull the warning off of it. But again, right in here, it would be the area that would have the the potential tornado. That is right at the intersection of Nottoway County, Amelia County, and Dinwiddie County. I don't know if you would know exactly where that is if you live out there, but just think 460, a little bit east of Wilson's, you go north of there. So I go north and west of Wilson's by about 4 miles and south and east of Manborough by about 6 miles. That's where the circulation would be. That's the most prominent circulation within this whole shear zone that we're looking at here. And that circulation's headed up toward Manborough, and it's moving quickly. So they're going to have to they'll probably reissue this tornado warning for areas here through Manborough and headed up toward Amelia in the next 5 or 8 minutes or so. This goes until 3 o'clock, which is another 11 minutes, but I think the circulation may actually outrun the polygon if it continues that movement. So again, that is the main concern at this time. There's an overall areas concerned for some flash flooding. We're seeing a good bit of that right now. There's the time arrival. Ammon at 2:55, Earls at 3, Manborough at 3:01, and then Scotts Fork at 3:12. And you can see that Amelia is right at the end of this. So we're going to be, kind of right in there here a little bit after 3 o'clock. So I'd say by 3:10, 3:15 or so, Amelia is going to be in there. There's the flood watch, all areas in green. That continues until late on Friday, until this whole thing moves out. And we have flash flood warnings, and this is a new level of flash flood warning that we've put on here. This orange indicates not just a basic flash flood warning, but it is a considerable flash flood warning. Okay, so it's bad enough to have a flash flood warning, but this is considerable here in the orange. And the highest level of flash flood warning is the emergency. So we had that in North Carolina. And if it goes red like that, you see areas in red, that is where it is just the highest level. It's flooding, it's significant, it's populated, and it's a true emergency. All of this has its certain levels of emergency, but that would be the worst kind. So they've kind of broken it up for us a little bit more. All right, so this flash flood warning, this goes until 10:30 tonight. That's another 7.5 hours. So based on radar, we're expecting from Dillon all the way down to Appomattox, Brookneal, Alta Vista, these areas back toward Lynchburg, and then down toward Danville, a no-go area. So if you've got plans to head in that direction, don't do it. If you've got areas, people that live in those areas down there that want to travel somewhere else, tell them not to, unless they needed to seek higher ground. That'd be the only reason to get out in this type of situation. Already a ton of rain falling, more rain coming in. And again, for those of you in Richmond, so far it hasn't been anything extraordinary at all. It's just been some rain today. That was expected. We'll have our heavier rain later on. It's already beginning to pick up. We'll have bands of some heavier rainfall, and the tornado potential will be increasing here this afternoon into this evening. Heavy rain to the tune of 6, 8 inches, or maybe even more, is going to be out to the south and west. There's the tornado potential here with this storm. And again, it looks more of a sheared area now, broad sheared. Instead of having more of a condensed area of circulation, you've got a broad area of outflowing winds and then a broad area below it that are just lighter winds also. Same direction, but lighter. So again, that will impart some spin on the atmosphere. And we're looking at stuff that's above the ground a good ways now. We're well displaced from the radar site that's down in Wakefield. So we're looking off the surface, so no indication exactly what's going on at the ground level. We've got our storm chaser that's going to be out as this second line comes closer to the Richmond area. He's going to be out here and letting us know, when we do have a funnel or a tornado on the ground. And he is en route right now, getting loaded up for these storms that are headed up toward the Richmond area that are currently down in Hampton Roads. So again, a couple areas here of concern with this whole zone that's lifting up toward Manborough right now. And some of that's actually at the very end of the polygon, the tornado warning polygon, as it continues to as the storm continues to move to the north and west, moving at 30 miles per hour, and this warning goes for about another 8 minutes. So looking at this storm, it's not something that you would look at on radar and think that it'd be ominous at all. There's no lightning with it or anything like that, but it is the wind field. The wind field is the most important thing. If you remember back 2017 or 2018 when we had numerous tornadoes in the Richmond area, None of those had any lightning with them. So it was just one of the same situations. It was a tropical system that came up in here and produced numerous tornadoes, several dozen warnings, but 8 or 10 actual tornadoes here right in the Richmond area as well. So that kind of thing can happen. This one's not coming into Richmond. This one's going to go up through Amelia County and maybe western Powhatan County. But these are a concern here. These storms down here to our south and east as they lift up, and short-term high-resolution modeling continues to bring those into Central Virginia, including the Richmond area. So we're at the advantage of seeing what's going on to our south right now, and we just need to be ready here in Richmond. I mentioned this earlier, just a few things to remember. We have tornado warnings. We're going to have more today. I do expect confirmed tornadoes. We've already had one down in southeast Virginia. Don't panic. This is something that we've handled many times, and it'll be the same type of situation today. We're going to alert you as to what's going on. We're going to give you every bit of information we can, a lot of specifics as well. So don't panic. You can't make good decisions if you don't have your head on straight. So just use common sense in the information that we give you, and you should be just fine. Secondly, know where you live on a map. And I say that just in the sense that, a lot of people know, oh, I live in, Henrico County or western Henrico County. Know the crossroads, know some geographic features, and that'll help you when we get really nailed down and get real specific on some of these things. And then thirdly, to stay with CBS 6, we're going to be on this throughout the day and throughout the night until there is no longer a threat. And a lot of times we'll be able to give you a good indication of a developing tornado before a warning is even issued. So here's what to do if you are under a tornado warning. You want to take shelter in a basement or the lowest level possible. Not everyone has a basement. The lowest floor is always the best place to be. And you want to put a lot of space between you and the outside walls of your home. So that's why the hallways are good. And bathrooms off of a hallway in the center part of your home is a great place to be. You don't want to be in a car or a mobile home. Get to a wood or brick structure if possible. Let's head back over and look at the radar here. And you can see what's going on. The storm is now north of 460, very near Manborough, the circulation would be. So it's going to be right in here. I can tell by just looking at the intensities. And based on what I'm seeing right here, I think they're probably going to drop this tornado warning. The circulation does not look as strong right now. So it is lifting up over Manborough, approaching Amelia and Chula, and maybe with this circulation here it could be reissued, but it just doesn't look as strong. If they did issue, it'd be based on that right there. But as of right now, I would say in 4 minutes, we'll be hit 3 o'clock. This may not be reissued. If it is, though, it could be one of two things. It could be this circulation or it could be this circulation right here. Either way, for the next 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, just assume that a tornado is still possible. And again, this would be the area I'd have most concern with as it lifts up and passes into, looks like, far southwest sections of Chesterfield County, even south and west of you folks over in Winterpock. So that would be the main concern that I would see at this time as we come to the end of this tornado warning that is set to expire at 3 o'clock. Again, that's the only one in Central Virginia right now. We have 2 others that are in Southeast Virginia. You can see that when you look at the box in the upper left-hand part of your screen there that's showing you the radar. You can see those warnings in Southeast Virginia. They're down in here. And these storms have more kick to them. They actually have some lightning in there as well. Lightning indicates the presence of more vertical motion, so stronger updrafts, and that would likely lead to stronger circulation, stronger mesocyclone, and the greater potential for a tornado. Getting a little bit of a lull in the action here from Wakefield to Stony Creek to Emporia. It's just general rainfall, light rainfall from Stony Creek to Emporia to Dinwiddie to Petersburg and Chester. So nothing of any concern moving into those areas at this time. It is this one storm here that is exiting Dinwiddie County and now moving into Amelia County. And tough to say whether or not it's going to be reissued here in the next 3 minutes. But that's the one concern. You can see that one circulation right there. That's the one that I think might be an issue. This one little part of the storm right in here. So it's just indicating strong outgoing winds here. And these red here, that's still outgoing, just not as strong. So there's some shear in there that could be rotating storm. And also out here as well, when you're looking at just a little bit west of 153. So again, this could be reissued. There are 2 circulations. I'm not sure where they would go with that. Say if you do just one based on this circulation, just do a big polygon that way, or they could drop it entirely. They could drop the whole thing. As of right now, though, I see those 2 circulations as a little bit of a concern for the folks that live in Manborough, Amelia, Chula area. Regardless of what is done with the warning, you need to stay alert as these storms come in, because these things will change on a dime. And that's what you see a lot of, is these things change rapidly. And I'd say that with that little circulation there, we could easily see this extended here for a little while longer as that lifts up to the north and west. Again, movement here is to the northwest, so it's a bit different. A lot of times you see them here, they come this way, but this is all rotating around the circulation that is still Tropical Storm Debby, that is way down to our south, not yet even in Virginia, but just these outer bands continue to have the little storms in them that will continue to have a lot of shear with them as well. We've got the winds coming in from the east here, and then you've got stronger winds coming in from the south as well. You overlay those, you end up getting different wind directions and different speeds, causes storms to rotate. So again, tornado warning continues for a little while longer. Again, this is Dinwiddie County. The circulation's here. If they issue another one, I'd say it's going to be right in here. It may include that little circulation there, but this is the main concern in my mind when I look at that right now. It's gotten a little bit better over about the last 3 or 4 minutes, and that's just south of Namazine Road. Let's see. So this is is this a new warning that is coming out? Let's do a query on that if we can. Mike, it looks like the old warning. So we've got new warnings down here. Isle of Wight, Southampton County, down into Suffolk. So a bunch of warnings there. Those got dropped off at 3 o'clock, and now we are warningless here across central Virginia. It's all red because we are under a watch until 8 o'clock tonight. All right, so that's what's going on at the moment. We have kind of a broad sheared area here through Amelia County. Tornado could develop, but as of right now, not a high-end enough signature to continue that tornado warning, which is a little odd to me because it looks like this circulation near Namazine Road would be one that would trigger a tornado warning just a little bit to the east of you folks in Manborough. So my recommendation here would be just stay ready in Manborough. This could be reissued again at any time. That circulation right there shows me that there could be a tornado trying to develop a little bit east of Manborough. So again, Manborough is going to be right in here, and there's also another circulation farther back to the north and west. So Ammon at 301, which is now, Manborough at 309, Scotts Fork at 320, and Winterham at 329. Again, that's the circulation is right there at Ammon at 301. So it's basically right on top of there. And as of right now, there is no tornado warning. And I'm actually hearing a chime, so that could be a new warning coming out at this very moment. And it may be for that circulation right there. So again, this is in Amelia County, southeast Amelia County, south of Winterpock. It's going to be a little bit northwest of Wilson, so equidistant between those two towns. So we're looking at the southeast section of Amelia County, a circulation there. Wouldn't surprise me at all to have a tornado warning issued on that storm right there. Again, what we're looking at are strong outflow winds here. Outflow winds here that are a lot weaker, so you could have a circulation right in there, just a little bit east, southeast of Manborough in Amelia County, and that would be lifting up toward the Chula area. So again, nothing coming into the Richmond area at this time. You got this one circulation right there that currently does not have a warning on it at this moment, but that's a pretty strong circulation based on what I've seen so far today. So again, I think there's a potential there moving into Manborough of a developing tornado, so take those tornado safety precautions in Manborough. No need to panic about this, but there is a pretty good looking circulation there moving in just a little bit east of Manborough. Go over here and look at what we've got on Doppler Max 6 3D. I'm going to pull this up, and you guys, if you can, we'll go over and look at, again, the broad view. Again, so we've got a New tornado warning that's down there. That's going to be right along the 460 corridor, Ivor area, and Zuni. And then again, just general rainfall in Dinwiddie County. And then that storm there in Amelia County. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break with no tornado warnings in central Virginia. I just would caution you in Bamborough, be alert as there is a circulation with that storm. And as soon as another warning is issued, as there will be another warning, as soon as that is issued, we'll be back with you. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority. Yes. we have at present, and it's based on the circulation that we have that currently is located down very near Waverly. So again, it's going to be right in here. There's not much to it. Again, it is a very low level, though. They're seeing something that triggered this warning. I'll back this up just a couple of frames, and you can see the circulation right there, just a little bit to the south and west of the radar site. Right in there is the circulation, and as it moved on by, it did weaken some, and so now it looks like it's a little weaker. So that's how these things are going to happen. They're going to kind of spin up and then sort of go away. I've seen this happen several times with some of the tornado warnings that we've had earlier in the day. So again, there is the area of concern. It's going to be very near Waverly, and this storm, again, moving to the north and a little bit west of true north at 35 miles per hour. That is going to take it. Again, we'll do these times of arrival again. Newville at 5:48, Garysville at 5:55. Okay, that's the very latest on what's going on out there at the moment. We have other showers and thunderstorms to talk about, and we'll look at the broad view, the current tornado watch that remains in effect until 8 o'clock. There's the rain that we have through parts of the western Middle Peninsula and northern neck. That rain extends back to our north and west through Hanover County, through Louisa County, and back into northern sections of Cumberland County and into Buckingham County. We're getting a break on Southside Virginia right now until you get over towards South Hill. And then here in the Richmond area, very heavy rainfall right now west and southwest of downtown Richmond. Some down Midlothian Turnpike, down Hull Street, some heavy rainfall there. Also heavy rainfall east of here through King William, down toward Quinton and Talliesville and New Kent. And of course, the concern for tornado farther south in Prince George County eventually. Right now, it is still in Sussex County. All right, so there's a look at the flood watch in effect until late Friday, and we have a significant flooding potential over to our west, where there is a flash flood warning in effect until 10:30 tonight, another 5 hours, and that is going to be for Buckingham all the way back to the west and southwest of there through Lynchburg and Danville. Looking at some of the totals, well over 2 inches of rainfall in a lot of these locations. And notice back here as well, these bands here of heavier rain that's coming in with some of this, some of these arms, these bands that are moving in. And so they're dumping a lot of rainfall in short periods of time. And some of those are going to come up into the Richmond area, one moving up right now through the west end. And there's the movement of all this continuing from southeast to northwest. The circulation right now is going to be a little bit southeast of Charlotte. So that'd be the center of what is now Tropical Depression Debby. It's been weakened and downgraded since the last advisory. That was about a half hour ago from the National Hurricane Center. All right. For Virginia impacts here around the Richmond area, 2 to upwards of 4 inches. Most locations less than the 4, but in that range of 2 to 4. Breezy conditions mainly late tonight into early tomorrow. And then the potential for a few tornadoes. That is going to be a concern. All right, it's 78 and very muggy outside right now and getting a little bit breezier. Easterly wind at 18, gusting to 29. So again, the main concern that we have at this time is for a tornado, which is down in Sussex County, and it'll be moving up into Prince George County. As of right now, that circulation is very, very weak. Okay, if it's there at all, it is weak at this time, and it is with this isolated heavy shower moving north of Waverly and heading into eastern sections of Prince George County. I'm going to continue to watch this very carefully. I'm going to have an update for you in just a couple of minutes. For now, we're going to head back over to Bill and Julie, guys.
All right, thank you, Zach.
And as Debbie draws closer, low-lying areas are at risk, especially in Petersburg. As our senior reporter Wayne Koval shows us, it's not just the city preparing for the storm these past few days, but some business owners as well.
Wednesday afternoon, a new sign popped up across from Gale Welding. The bold letters at the top. Warning to drivers.
Yes, the sign's at least a good thing because a lot of cars will come rushing down through here and hit it, and then next thing you know, they're still going to need the bridge because they flooded out.
East Bank Street is well known for flooding, and at times the water rises high enough to flow inside buildings.
I've seen it probably 14 inches in here.
Adam Williams has owned the business the last 16 years.
And we flooded
eastern sections of Prince George County right now as the main area of concern. That level of concern, there is a weak circulation right now, so let me show that to you. This is going to be what you would see if you just looked at a regular radar presentation, and that is, there's not much there that would tell you anything about this storm. Again, no lightning with this. It doesn't look like a very strong storm by any stretch, but there is a circulation with it. That circulation is going to be right in here. So again, here's Hines Road. So we're looking south of Route 10 and over to the west of Route 40. So what we're looking at here is this circulation right in here. And again, there's not much there, but when I take this off of here, I'll show you what I'm looking at, and it is basically the winds. And we're fairly close to the radar site, so that's one thing about this storm that is good for sampling, at least. You're looking at winds that are away from the radar here and then toward the radar here. So that would be the circulating wind. It's probably not very good for me to be using red on top of red here. It's kind of hard to see that. So let's go with green. So we're going winds away there, winds toward here. So again, that would be the potential mesocyclone right in there and the potential for a tornado. Again, that's going to be right on the Prince George County line with Surry County. So this is the county line right here. So again, this is all Prince George County up in here, Prince George County here, and this would be Surry County here, Sussex County down in here. So again, that is what we're looking at. The circulation crossing up, it should pass right over Hines Road and Route 10. So the intersection of Hines Road and Route 10 is right where this circulation should head as it continues to move north-northwest at about 35 miles per hour. So the update just came in here, continues for Prince George County and a little bit of Surry County, but it does cancel Sussex County. So again, Sussex County is no longer in the warning. It is just for Prince George and a little bit of Surry County. Again, it's moving north at 35 miles per hour. The indication as of 5:42, 3 minutes ago, that it was near Disputana. It is not there. It's actually a little bit to the east of Disputana and continues to lift to the north. Let's go back over and look at the more traditional radar. Again, here's Disputana. The threat area is going to be over to the east of you folks that are maybe familiar or live around there. It is going to be in eastern sections of Prince George County, lifting up toward Garysville. All right, so the movement here to the north is at 35 miles per hour. I could put a storm track on that. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, so it is not an actual confirmed tornado, but there is a very small, relatively weak circulation with it. And so this is going to take it near Newville at 549, Burrowsville at 552, up toward Garysville at 557, Rollins Mill at 607, and Barnett's at 611. If it maintains itself. So that's taking it up into southwestern sections of Charles City County. Again, it's a weak circulation, a circulation nonetheless, and we have had numerous tornado warnings for today. This was the first one that we've had, though, in about 30 minutes or so. We had a little lull there, and now we have another tornado warning. So let's look again at the velocity signature on this thing. It gets updated every couple of minutes, and as of right now, still a broad circulation. It's not a very strong circulation, but there's Hines Road in there, and again, it's going to be right in here. It's kind of a broad circulation, and it's going to be heading up right at the intersection of 10 and Hines Road, right in there, and that is going to be going right up over Garysville. So if you do live up toward Garysville or in that vicinity, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. And what you need to do is just make sure that you get into the lowest part of your home away from any external walls. So you want to be in the interior part of your home. And if you can get into a hallway, closet, somewhere like that, bathroom, off of a hallway, that's always a good place to be. I don't want to be in any cars or mobile homes, so abandon those and get into a wood or brick structure. Always think about a sturdy structure to be in situations like this. Okay, back on radar, we've got the storm that continues through eastern sections of Prince George County. It's moving north-northwest at 35 miles per hour. And again, that's going to be a little bit to the west of you folks up in Charles City. If you're watching from Charles City, there's not a warning for Charles City County right now. It is just Prince George County. This will continue until 6 o'clock, so another 12 minutes or so with this warning remaining active. We'll see if we've got an update on the velocities, and nothing significant at this time. It's pretty much the same velocity signature. It's going to be Hines Road leading right up to Garysville. So it looks like this thing, I'm going to back this up a couple of frames, and that circulation, there's not a whole lot there, but it's going to be right in here, and it will be moving right up over Garysville. So again, for those that live in and around Garysville, take your tornado safety precautions. Small tornado possible as it continues to move north and east. Back over to regular radar here, and you can see what's going on. We've got heavy rainfall around Hopewell. No threat for a tornado at this time. Heavy rainfall around Roxbury and near Charles City. Going to be close in Charles City, but I do expect that this will go a little bit over to your west. And again, this is the only tornado warning that we have at this time. We have a whole broad area that is under a tornado watch, and that watch will remain in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. It may be reissued and extended to other areas of Virginia, but as of right now, that's the watch, and we have the one warning again down in Prince George County and a little bit of Surrey County as well. So back on radar, again, looking at the storm itself, moving to the northwest at 35 miles per hour. No confirmed tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado. If this were a confirmed tornado or observed tornado, the pink that you see here would actually be a white line outlining in that. So we would see that polygon change. I've got an indication here as well with eyes on this, and that would let us know what's going on precisely at the ground level. Not possible right now, but at the moment it is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. Just a broad area of rainfall. If you look at that, it doesn't look like anything alarming, just looks like a regular old area of heavy rainfall, but there is a good bit of wind shear. So any of these heavier showers that develop will have that potential to produce a tornado. Again, that circulation is going to be near Garysville now, so kind of updating the positioning of it. I'm going to back this up just a little bit, and you can see the circulation here is going to be right just south, let's say a mile southeast of Garysville. So right at the intersection of Hines Road and Route 10. So it's coming right up into Garysville. If you do live in that area or you know somebody in that area, just give them a call, let them know what's going on. And if you live in the area, you need to take those tornado safety precautions. It's going to move through quickly. So, you know, in 15 minutes, this thing is going to be north of you and everything will be good. But at the moment, you are under a tornado warning, and that storm is coming right on into Garysville down in Prince George County. Here's a look at the radar again. Other parts of Virginia, some heavy rainfall around King William, Walkerton, Aylett, Manquin area, Old Church. Heavy rain just north of 295 once you get up into Hanover County and back into the Rockville, Windham area, northwest Hanover County. Just light rainfall in downtown Richmond. Things quiet down to our south at the moment. And over toward western Virginia, Palmyra, Fort Union, especially along the Blue Ridge, some heavier rainfall out that way. And a couple tornado warnings with storms south of Danville. And then once you get south of the North Carolina line, we get into more storms with tornado warnings on them as well across the coastal plain of North Carolina. So again, this is the only tornado warning we have in Virginia at this time, and it is down in Prince George County, so pretty close to some higher populated areas. Right now still out in mainly rural spots, but heading into Garysville. Putting the velocity signature back on there, and again, it's a pretty broad circulation. It might be a little bit better organized right now as it moves right over Garysville. So what I'm looking at are the winds going away here in this brighter shade of red and toward right in here. So again, the circulation is going to be right on top of Garysville at this time. No confirmation of whether or not there is a tornado with this. This is all radar indicated, which is what you're going to get 95% of the time, unless you've got a storm chaser that is out here and is on these things seeing that. And storm chaser that is up closer to the Richmond area right now, but most of the time these are going to be Doppler radar indicated, and that is what we have right now with this tornado warning. Current time is 5:52, so this tornado warning will go for another another 8 minutes or so, and it will be out of the polygon by the time we get to that. So again, here's the end of it. End of that warning polygon, and it'll be moving up still in Prince George County, but moving into Charles City County. And so we might have an extension of this into Charles City County. So if you live up in that area, just need to stay alert. No warning yet for western sections of Charles City County or into Henrico County, but that could change as this circulation is still there. It's a little bit broader than it was before, but it's a little bit more noticeable now. So again, this area of kind of hot pink, this is all moving away from the radar, and this area right over in here, right over Garysville, that is moving toward the radar site. And when you get that, the overall effect is that you have a circulating wind, and so that's what we were tracking right now as it moves over Garysville. Looking at correlation coefficient just to see if there's any indication of any debris in the air, and I'll back this up just a little bit, and we'll see if I see anything in here that would indicate that there was debris in the air. I don't see that. This would indicate whether or not there is debris in the air and whether or not you could say that there's definitely a tornado on the ground, and I don't see that. I know that's a very messy looking product for you at home, but looking at it, I can tell what's real rain and what's supposed to be there and what's not supposed to be there. And as of right now, everything looks fine with that. Tornado warning continues again until 6 o'clock for Prince George County and a little bit of Surry County, although it has now moved out of Surry County. That part should be dropped, and it should be just for Prince George County. And let's see, Surry's canceled now, so it's just Prince George County. Tornado located near Garysville, moving north at 35 miles per hour. So that's the latest update on it. This is near Garysville at the very end of the tornado warning polygon. So again, it is moving to the north at 35 miles per hour. It's actually moving a little bit west of true north, but the technical motion is here just to the north, but you can see it's moving to the northwest a little bit. So right over Garysville, and circulation again is going to be close to Garysville, moving into, let's see, some of these roads up in here. So it's going to be crossing Route 10. In fact, it's on Route 10 in Garysville right now. After that, it'll be crossing up into Charles City County and be crossing Route 5. So again, that's Charles City Road there and Barnett's Road. So it's going to come close to the intersection of Barnett's Road and Charles City Road. And it's going to be moving into southeast sections of Henrico County as well if this thing sticks together. So we will see what happens with this as it continues to lift to the north. Again, eastern Henrico County is in the trajectory and threat area from this storm. It is a weak circulation right now. The storm has got a little bit better organized just over the past few scans. I'd say over the past 5 to 7 minutes, it's gotten a little bit more organized, a little bit more intense. So that's definitely something to consider here as we look at whether or not this warning is going to get continued for another half hour or so. And I think that it might. Looking at the velocities again, they're going to be right over Garysville. So that circulation, again, it doesn't look like much. I understand that. It looks like a big mess on your screen, but it's this area right in here. That is going to be the circulation. It moves right up over Garysville, and now it's heading into parts of Charles City County and into southeastern sections of Henrico County. So again, there's the rain associated with this. It's moving into eastern sections of Richmond. Heavy rainfall north of 295 up into much of Hanover County, western sections of King William County, western sections of New Kent County, and on up into Caroline County as well. So this will be another round of heavy rainfall. Again, you can see that the polygon here for the tornado warning is almost completely empty of any rain, and so this storm has kind of outrun it. So we're going to see if it ends up getting reissued, and if they stuck with it for as long as they did on this one, I would think that they would reissue it. It's not the strongest circulation, but there is a circulation there. And again, it's going to be now crossing up into, again, far eastern sections of Prince George County and continuing to head up into parts of far western sections of Charles City County if it stays together. Again, this is not going to affect the actual downtown part of Prince George. This is going to be lifting north and a little bit to the east of you in Hopewell. So if you live in Hopewell, the circulation should go just to your east. It's going to be very, very close, but just to your east. It may shoot the gap between Charles City and Hopewell. That's what it looks like it is going to do right now, is go right between the two of them. Let's see, can we show Doppler Max 6? Oh, you got Doppler Max 6 3D up there. All right, let's check out that if we can. If you guys can pull that up there, I want to show the folks at home what I'm looking at with the split screen here, where the velocity signature is and where the precipitation is as well. I'll look for that. If you guys can punch it up, then we'll check it out. If not, then we'll just continue with what we're looking at. So again, there's Garysville. That's where the circulation is right now. And it's going to be moving up into western sections of Charles City County and southeast sections of Henrico County. All right, so there's a look at what we're tracking here on Doppler Max 6 3D. And I'm going to stop this and go to the very end. Again, it's going to be right in here. If you can see my cursor, that's the circulation. So there's Hopewell and there is Charles City. It looks like it's going to shoot right between those two. And then on the left side of your screen, again, just outside of the warning polygon, that area in red, that'd be the center of the storm. And again, with any luck, this thing's going to pass right between those two locations. But still folks at home out there, so something to watch very carefully. Okay, the warning's gone now. So we'll go back over to regular max and look at what we've got on regular maxes, max 1. And again, this is north of Garysville now. The warning looks like it's going to be dropped for that area here at 6 o'clock. Well, we've got about 45 more seconds with this, and we'll see if it gets reissued. But heavy rainfall continues in parts of the western middle peninsula and north of Richmond. Downtown Richmond, a break right now. Richmond, the fan, west end of Richmond. East end of Richmond, the rain is heavier, especially out towards Sandston and Varina, down toward Osborne Landing, and out toward Roxbury. In Charles City County, Quinton area, some heavier rainfall there. Not much in Charles City at this time. The heaviest rain is just back to your west. Again, the whole area is under a tornado watch. That will remain in effect until 8 o'clock, so 2 more hours of that. And you can see the area that's covered by that. And there may be another tornado watch issued later on. Not sure, but there could be with these bands of showers rolling on into the area. Okay, the warning has been allowed to expire. You are watching the CBS 6 News at 6 o'clock. We're going to start things off with Bill and Janine.
CBS 6 News at 6 starts now.
Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Bill Fitzgerald.
And I'm Janine Samuels. We have team coverage this evening as we track the impact of Debby on Virginia. Our Elizabeth Holmes is keeping an eye on levels in the James River, and Jake Burns is out in Storm Rider.
But first, let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Zach Daniel for a look at what Debby is doing now. And Zach, we just had a tornado warning expire.
Yeah, that's right. We've had a lot of tornado warnings this afternoon. Nothing confirmed around here. That is the good news. I'm going to head on over here to the other larger monitor so I can kind of key on a couple of these things. If you guys can punch that up, I'll stay here until I see that, and we'll start you off with the tornado watch until 8 o'clock. Again, all areas in red. That just means the conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and we've seen a lot of warnings so far. Again, there's a circulation out there. It's around Garysville, lifting north. It's pretty weak. You can see it right in here. So again, something that I'll continue to keep an eye on, but as of right now, it never really was very strong except for right when it was issued right near the radar down in Wakefield and Waverly, and now it has weakened considerably as it's moving up in the east end of town. A lot of heavy rainfall with this, though, and that rain extends up into the western sections of the Middle Peninsula, far western northern neck, some light rainfall there. Lots of heavy rain around Louisa and north of Goochland. Some scattered showers, Kinbridge down to South Hill. And again, here in the Richmond area, once you get out towards Sandston, Varina area, pretty heavy rainfall. Old Church down to the Quinton area, Roxbury, some pretty heavy rainfall there as well. There's the flood watch. It remains in effect until late on Sunday. Late on Friday. Excuse me, jumping way ahead here. All right, and looking at, we have a new flash flood warnings just come out. That's why you're seeing that there on your screen. That is for the Richmond area. So flash flood warning now in effect for the Richmond area, also one in Mecklenburg County. This area in orange, that's a flash flood warning for the next level up, a considerable flash flood warning. Lots of rain already, over 3 inches out west. And again, this band of rain coming into Richmond will dump a quick inch to inch and a half of rainfall in a short period of time. Rain bands continue to lift from southeast to northwest, the center of what is now Tropical Depression Debby continues right on the North Carolina, South Carolina line. All right, total rainfall 2 to 4 inches in the Richmond area. Going to be closer to the lower end of that. Breezing conditions tonight through early Friday, and tornadoes will be possible. All right, there's a look at your forecast for this evening. The tornado threat continues, temps upper 70s, and a good chance for rain and flooding. Drop anchor, don't head out unless you have to, guys.
All right, thank you, Zach. So we're in the thick of it now, but even once Debby passes on, its impact will continue to grow. All that heavy rain out in the west will end up in the James, and that's creating potentially dangerous conditions right here in Richmond.
That's right. Our Elizabeth Holmes joins us live to show why this will be a problem potentially well after the storm moves out. Elizabeth.
Janine, that's right. We're here at Pony Pasture, and just to give you a look at current river conditions right now, as of right now, it's at about 4 feet high. Friends of the James River Park say they expect the water levels to rise up to about where I'm standing. That's about 10 feet. And they say the reason why and when it's coming is the big issue.
Even clouds and sprinkles can't stop some from getting out on the James River.
Oh, it's beautiful. I was the only one in the water from there to here. More people should enjoy it.
This spot, Pony Pasture, is a popular place.
Today's not a bad day to be out on it.
But those who keep tabs on the river say it's not going to be like that for long.
This is the kind of perfect storm weekend for us.
Rainwater moving in from the west could lead to at least a 6-foot increase in current water levels. But when it's most dangerous is when the storm subsides and the levels are still high.
Our biggest concern is it's supposed to be sunny and 85 on Saturday and Sunday. None of that rain's going to be hitting, and folks are going to want to get out on the river and want to get out and have a good time like they do every weekend.
Josh Stutz with Friends of the James says rising water levels means faster moving water. Floating logs and debris can be hazardous, though it may be a pro paddler's paradise if you don't know the river.
You're putting first responders at risk, you're putting bystanders at risk if they try to intervene. There's a lot. It's more than just your risk, and if you're just a family out here who sees a hot day and sees the river and wants to go, maybe not this weekend, maybe next weekend, maybe a few weeks from now when the water's had a chance to calm back down.
Volunteers like Stutz are encouraging visitors to think about safety before they make a splash.
Again, these are the current conditions here at Pony Pasture. You can see the geese seem to be enjoying it. Now, you can also check in on the river's conditions by going to jamesriverpark.org. We'll also have more information on how you can do that on our website, WTVR.com. In Richmond, I'm Elizabeth Holmes, CBS 6 News.
Thank you.